Hello, hello, and welcome to Reading Spread. I apologize for being so late this morning, but I didn't want to wake up. I didn't want to do things. I was trying to function, and I wound up just kind of sitting here for an hour and a half, doing nothing. So, a little bit delayed in this race this morning, but I still plan to get a lot of reading done. Yesterday was just a very long, very active day, and my body is sore and my mind is tired, and it was very fun. Yesterday was wonderful, but I went ice skating and I forgot how painful it can be, especially when you fall. So, slightly bruised, have some blisters on my feet, you know, the usual. But mostly I'm just tired. So, welcome to the sprints. I have two books. Oh, it's a bad sign that I'm already tired. Ooh. Hello, Elliot. Welcome. Welcome. This is the first time I've seen you this early. Nice to see you this morning for me, and I guess it's mid afternoon for you. I have two books that I am planning to work on today. The first is Wuthering Heights, which I have been reading for like a week. I started it last Monday, and I'm not very far through. It's not going amazing. Um, I'm 145 pages in, which is, I think, almost halfway, but not quite. I just don't have the mental capacity to read this at the moment. So this will be a project for later, possibly. Um, but yeah, I'm like halfway ish. So I'm working on that and I'll finish it this week. I don't like the way she's telling the story. I like kind of the story itself. She's telling it from like 25 years in the future, and everyone's just like talking about these things that happened and these things that they witnessed, and mostly told from like outsiders who were kind of just like watching everything that was going down. And I just find it a very frustrating and distant way to tell a story. So I'm not loving that or her writing style so much. But the interesting story, I mean, the story itself is interesting and compelling, and I like the characters and all of that. It's just kind of the structure of it. But I don't have the mental capacity for that at the moment. So the other thing I'm working on, because last night I wanted to take a long bath and soak and ease my muscles, which helped. So I am working on The Poet X by Elizabeth Acevedo, which is young adult prose poetry, prose poems. It's a novel in verse. So it's super quick to get through. It's very enjoyable. I'm 74 pages in, and it's better than I expected it to be. Like, I know everyone talked about this for like a really long time, and everyone was talking about like how wonderful it was and how much they loved it. And like, I don't know why I didn't believe them. But I thought this was gonna be fine, and it's actually like really well done and interesting. So I will probably finish this today. I'm 75 pages out of how many? 350 ish. But again, it's in verse, so there's not many words per page. So I will probably get through this real quick. And then maybe go back to Wuthering Heights and maybe pick up something else that's a little easier, depending on how I'm feeling later and how much I wake up. I'm not well. I think I have COVID, but I don't feel that bad. So I'm ready to read. Oh, that's brutal. I mean, I'm glad that like you don't feel that bad, but COVID is exhausting. I had it twice, I think. And the second time I had it, I just couldn't get out of bed. And I was just like out for like 2 months. But hopefully it doesn't get worse and hopefully you heal up pretty quick. Are you sure you want to stream after such an active day? Yes, because I'm planning to do that regularly now on Saturdays with my friends. We are planning long term a dance class Saturday mornings and then ice skating Saturday evening. So that is going to be our day of activity. And then probably in between, we'll go to our favorite restaurant because they're wonderful. And we're attempting to eat the whole menu because everything we've had there is so good. But Saturdays are going to belong to her for the foreseeable future when she's off because she works Saturdays sometimes. I think like every other week or something. She works some Saturdays. So that is our plan for when she's off. And I'm just kind of along for the ride. I can't get through classics. I just can't read them. I get a bit bored. Yeah, some of them are really, really interesting and compelling. Like there are some that I just have like flown through and are so interesting. And then others like Wuthering Heights are a struggle for me. Like it's really hard for me to get through Wuthering Heights right now. I don't ever want to pick it up, which is kind of not how I usually feel. Like I don't read all that fast. It's just that I make time for reading because I want to. And I've only read 150 pages in the last week because I haven't wanted to read Wuthering Heights. Dancing and ice skating, I'd be deceased. Yes. Luckily, the dance classes are all booked up for the next like month or two. Um, so I have some time to get in better shape. So I'm planning to start going to the gym this month, like during the week, and then do ice skating on the Saturdays. And like hopefully by the time dance classes start, I'll have built myself up to a point where I can function. Because yesterday I had to stop early ice skating because my ankles were just giving out because I have very weak ankles. Which I knew. I just had forgotten how much because, like, day to day walking is fine. But when you're trying to ice skate, it's hard. I had it in August 21, and there was one night I needed to call an ambulance because I couldn't breathe. But this time I just feel fatigued and things taste a bit funny. Oh, that's horrifying. I was lucky when it hit me where I was just tired and kind of coughing, but like that's horrifying to get so sick from it. I know some people did. It's just brutal. I'm sorry. I'm glad you healed up from that though, and I'm glad it's not as rough this time. But that's super hard. Hopefully it stays kind of easy for you this time around and just you kind of this is the worst of it is just being tired and you heal up real quick because we don't need you going to the hospital. We need you staying healthy. I had the vaccine but didn't get boosters, so I think the combination of having it once and the vaccines has made it quite mild. Yeah, that's good. That's good. The vaccines help. I know I had it once before the vaccine and then once after, and it was way worse the second time for whatever reason. Well, I don't know that I actually had it the first time. I was very, very sick, and COVID was a thing. I just never got tested because that was back when getting tested was like kind of difficult. So I never got tested that time. The second time I got tested, and I was just like, ow. And my work made me go in because I tested negative the first like 3 times I tested for it. Even though I was like, I'm very sick and I've been exposed to COVID, and they were like, well, you're testing negative, so it's fine. And then they wonder why the pandemic was as bad as it was. But hopefully you're fine this time around. Hopefully it's just a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of funny taste. Take naps, sleep well, hydrate. Yay, capitalism. Bravo. We love it here. Just huge fans of the capitalism. Wonderful way to run the world. Um, I'm gonna get the first sprint set up so we can start reading. It's taken about 10 minutes so far. Where's my water? There's the water. I also like didn't drink anything yesterday because I left my water at home, which was not my brightest moment. Do you guys still have to isolate if you get it now? I don't know. Um, I mean, I think just like I don't know what the official recommendation is because I know it used to be 10 days and then it went down to 5 days. And I don't know if it's now like 3 days or if they're just like, you do you. Um, my work has had some outbreaks of sickness. I don't think COVID. So we've gone back to a fully masking policy at my job. Different job than the one that made me come in while I was actively ill. I think good manners kind of dictates that you isolate, but that's just like whenever you're sick. I think most people just don't really care. We had someone come into my book club the other night and they were like, "Oh yeah, I'm in this exercise group with like 9 other women and 6 of them have COVID." And I was like, "Why are you here?" I'm like, "I don't care that you're sitting on the other side of the room in a mask. Like, why are you here?" If I was surrounded by people with COVID, you best believe I'm not going to a random book club. Like, I'll come next month. But I don't know if there's any official policy. We don't have to at all now, but I think it's because so many people have the vaccine and the at-risk groups get regular boosters. Yeah, I have to be kind of careful because my best friend, the one I went ice skating with, lives with her mother, and her mother is in a very high risk group, so like she can't get COVID. So I have to be careful just because I have to be aware of passing anything to them. Because like I'm not like overly concerned for myself at this point because I am vaccinated and I've had it and I assume my immune system at this point. And I'm like a generally healthy person. Not perfectly, but like so for me, I'm not overly concerned other than like it's miserable to get sick and I would just prefer not to. But luckily I'm surrounded by people still who care and who are just like aware and not doing super risky things. Because I used to during COVID, I was working in a grocery store. So that was not fun. No one there cared. Even at the worst of it, they were all refusing to wear masks because I don't know, they didn't believe in it or whatever. And I was like, I don't know. But I don't work there anymore. And luckily my current job is in the medical field, so they are like very aware and very like upfront about things. Do I read the Hawthorne Legacy or the Second Shades of Magic book? I can't decide what to go with today. Let us look. Let us look on Goodreads. What is the Hawthorne Legacy? I can't spell. I can't type. Jesus. But Jennifer Lynn Barnes. Oh, I've heard of her. The Hawthorne Legacy. Oh, that's the second book in the Inheritance games. Okay, that's why I've heard of it. I am aware of the Inheritance games. So that one has a 4.22 on Goodreads. Let's see what the V.E. Schwab one has. A Gathering of Shadows also has a 4.22. Okay, well that's not helpful then. I wasn't expecting them to have the exact same rating. Oh, that's 500 pages. That's a long book. The First Inheritance Game's got 5 stars from me. I vote for that one. Mostly because I'm not the biggest fan of V.E. Schwab. Not that I dislike her. She's perfectly fine. I just was kind of middling on what I read from her. And I hear mixed things about her most recent book. Ooh. Ugh. I cannot wake up today. Okay. I vote for the Inheritance Games. That's my final choice. But you do you. Spleeny. I thought you were asleep. Oh, remind me later. My friend got me these pictures, these paintings of my cats, and they're the most amazing things. So at some point on this live, I need to get out and show them to y'all. A little bit later because I'm lazy, but they're amazing. Good morning. Trying to read some backlog boombox books. Let's say that 5 times fast. This book is Some Desperate Glory by Emily Tesh. Let's see, Some Desperate Glory. Let me look that up because I've not heard of that. Some Desperate Glory has a 4.06. Nice. Highly rated. Ooh, sci-fi. Gay sci-fi. She wants to avenge the murder of planet Earth. Dark. Dark, dark. It was nominated for Best Sci-Fi of 2023 in the Goodreads Choice Awards. And okay, that sounds good. I'm like reading the description of this. This sounds wonderful. That's going on my want to read shelf. I hope you're enjoying it. I like the First Shades of Magic book. I love the Cassidy Blake series, but it was middle grade, and Gallant was all vibes, no plot, so didn't enjoy. I want to read all her books eventually. I read Vicious, I think, and it was a 3-star for me, and everyone really loves it. And then people were like, you don't really need the sequel if you don't really want a sequel. So I never read the sequel, and then I never read her again. Vicious was good. It was just like, I don't know. I wasn't like super into anything about it. It was one of those books that like I don't have real criticisms of it. I just never really cared. But if you like X-Men, you probably like it. I was about to say that 5 times fast. Yeah. I can barely talk anyway. So backlog books book box book. That might be even harder to say. Backlog book box books. Still hard to say that. Yeah. Going to start at this next sprint. I'll let you know how it is. It sounds fantastic. I want to read more sci-fi. I feel like as I get older, sci-fi sounds more interesting to me. Like I can enjoy fantasy. I like fantasy. But when it's like sci-fi just like inherently has such interesting, I mean, not always, but like a lot of the time has such interesting political connotations, connotations, political discussions, and like the future and like what happens to Earth. And I gotta read the Expanse series this year. That's I read the first book and it's so good, and I really think I'm gonna love the whole series. But it's like 9 books that are all like 800 pages long or something stupid, and I keep putting it off. There's supposed to be a third one in Vicious and Vengeful, but apparently she combined her ideas into Vengeful, which makes me think the plot may be condensed, so that worries me. I never read Vengeful, and I've heard some mixed things about it. I know a lot of people who really, really loved it, and I know people who thought it wasn't as good as Vicious. But I also know kind of a few people like me who just never bothered. Because Vicious reads like a standalone to me. Like I was surprised there was a sequel, and I don't know, like it just vibed like a standalone. Like there's for sure more she can do in that world and with those characters and whatever. Like I'm not saying that she finished the story or anything, but it was definitely the kind of book where it felt like this is a fully contained story and had the appropriate amount of closure. And honestly, because I didn't love it all that much, I just never prioritized her again. I agree, it sounds good. Also on my TBR. Just adding to all the TBRs. Like, I don't have enough books already. And I just bought another one yesterday. And a skirt. And it's brown. And I didn't know any brown skirts. It's different than all of my flippy skater skirts because I'm branching out. Maybe it's an age thing. I think we're similar ages, and my brain recently is like, oh, yeah, sci fi books exist, and I never really read them. Yeah, I'm 30, so I always liked sci fi. I just never really read it. I think because, like, what draws me in to books are character stories. And when you read the synopses for sci-fi books and fantasy books, they have to spend so much time like describing the world that it's not that I wouldn't enjoy the book, it's that the synopsis doesn't draw me in as much as like a contemporary book does, because it's not talking about the world, it's talking about the character's journey. But I do think as I get older, I am definitely a lot more interested in just like sci-fi and like the political concepts. Maybe I'm just getting smarter or more cynical. Maybe I just want to read about the end of the world. um, all right, so I'm gonna get the first sprint going because it's been 25 minutes and I would like to get reading done. Sci-fi is hit or miss for me book wise. I think I prefer watching sci-fi than reading it. I don't really watch a whole lot of things. So, and if I am watching things, it's mostly some form of cop show, 9 times out of 10. Or I'm rewatching something that's probably a cop show. And I know it's just all propaganda, but it's propaganda that I enjoy. Not the propaganda, but the format. So I don't do a whole lot of watching of interesting things. Yeah, I'm 29. Nice. Good age, good age. So I think since I've gotten into it more in terms of TV movies in more recent years, I only ever used to watch Doctor Who as a kid. Yeah, see, I never watched TV. I just read. I watched some Doctor Who when I was in college, maybe. I watched Chris Eccleston and David Tennant and Matt Smith. And then I started watching the other guy. Starts with a P, I think. Peter something. I don't know. And then I just kind of got bored of Doctor Who. Um, American. but I don't watch a whole Peter Capaldi. Yes, thank you. I knew it was PC something. Um, I just kind of, I don't know. Doctor Who wasn't really my thing. Doctor Who's a little more fantasy, but and humor and British. But I just don't watch that much stuff. I read. That's my main. Like, I don't watch tons of things. I don't game. When I watch things, it's usually cop shows or reality TV. Because reality TV is 10 out of 10. Amazing. It's propaganda I enjoy. It is, though. I love them. Yes, Doctor Who is so good. I haven't watched the most recent seasons, though. Everyone's a Doctor Who fan in here, apparently, except me. True, in more recent seasons, it was more fantasy, but I love the episodes that were like, it looks like magic, but actually it's alien technology. I liked Chris Eccleston's season a lot. Like, I really, really enjoyed his season. And then I think I'm just not very into David Tennant. Unpopular opinion, I don't really like David Tennant as an actor. And I've seen him in a number of things, and I just never like what he's doing. And everyone seems to love him, and I am confused. But Doctor Who just wasn't really my vibe. But I know it's like part of your culture in the UK is what you have is Doctor Who. Everyone I know who's British is like very, very into Doctor Who. Reality TV is so easy to binge. Watch with your brain turned off. It cop shows too. Like it's just the same episode every time. And like my favorite reality show is about oh what's it called? I always call it Love Boat, but that's not what it's called. It's the show about people who work on super yachts and like work for them, and it's amazing. Um what's the show called? It's gonna bother me. Um Below Deck. That's what it is. I've seen every spinoff of Below Deck. I've seen every season up to a point where I stopped watching it earlier this year or last year because I got busy. I should be embarrassed of how many of those seasons of those shows I've watched. I had to stop watching Mediterranean because I just can't handle Sandy anymore. But I have I have spent so much time watching that show. It's probably embarrassing. Not the David Tennant hate. Yeah, I don't hate him. I just don't understand why everyone loves him. I'm a sucker for American reality TV. It's so good. Below Deck. It's so good. It is. Below Deck is like my comfort show. I have Peacock, the subscription, and it's just my favorite. Peacock is everything. Peacock is House. Peacock is all of Below Deck. I've seen a few episodes of that. It's Australian, right? They have spin-offs, and one of the spin-offs is Australian. Um, the main one is just kind of like wherever they have an American captain, or they did. I think he retired. And then they have a spin-off in the Mediterranean with another American captain, and then they have one in Australia, and then they have Sailing Yacht. And then they had one episode of like Adventure or Arctic or something. I forget what it was called, but that was good too. I'm just humiliating myself at the moment. Or the episode I saw, I think, was Australian. Yeah, I like the Australian one. I liked all of them except Mediterranean, which I just can't watch anymore. But okay, let's read so that I can stop just debasing myself. I read real literature, guys, but I watch garbage. So 45 minutes. We're 30 minutes in. This is not going to be the most productive of days, I feel like. Um, 45 minutes, and I'll see y'all when we get back. Welcome back from that last sprint. How did you do? I made it to page 194, so like 120 pages I read. It's really good. Again, just if you're new, it's prose poetry. It's a novel in verse, so like I'm reading it super quick because of that. I couldn't read that many pages of like a novel, but it's really, really good. To everyone who's like talked about this book for literal years and said how amazing it is, everyone was right. She's a wonderful author. So I'm having a really fantastic time. I will probably not finish it in the next sprint, but the one after that. It's just things are happening now. And is she about to get in trouble because her mother found her kissing a boy? So our life's about to go places. I'm really, really enjoying it. It's just kind of like it has all the vibes of YA contemporaries that I love, of like growing up and living life. I don't know. It's a really beautiful coming of age, and her writing style is really, really wonderful. So I'm glad I finally made time for this book. Back to the chats. Also, it's funny because there was just an ice skating scene in that book, and I can't remember the last time I read a book with ice skating. And I just went last night, so it was fun. Granted, I can't ice skate like she could ice skate. She didn't fall. Good morning, Kay. Hope everyone is well. Lazy Sunday here, except for the bookshelf we are trying to build. That's nice. I hope building it goes well. Ooh. And I hope it's everything you want. New bookshelves are super, super fun. I love building new bookshelves. When I had to build these behind me, my parents got them for me for my birthday a year or two ago. I built them wrong like 3 times before I got it right. Because they're IKEA ones and they're not that hard, but building things is difficult. Welcome, Lone. It's always nice to see you. The Poet is a good book. I read it in 21. Um, People be chatting. I remember it has a Carrie-ish feel to it. Carrie by Stephen King. I have not read Carrie, and at the point I am in the book, I'm not entirely seeing that comparison. But I can see how this book would take some turns. I'm really looking forward to seeing where it's going to go in the second half because I'm about halfway. But it is super wonderful. I got 44 pages in. These books are so fast paced. It's actually great. Nice. Making good progress there. I'm glad you're enjoying though. You went with the Inheritance games trilogy cycle series thing. I forget what it's called already. Welcome, Princess Amanda. Thank you for these sprints. I've read 66 pages so far of my book. Nice. That is very good progress. What are you reading today? Made it to page 32. Nice. Everyone's making great progress here. Keys Looks and Books has joined us. Welcome. Nice to see you. Just joining, reading How the Garcia Girls Lost Their Accents for my short fiction class. Oh, that's good. How are you enjoying that? Because I have that book on my shelf. And I haven't heard that much about it, but I got it from a little free library because it looked good. But I read a excerpt of that in a book of short fiction that I was reading. It was just like a 2-page excerpt. It was just a 2-page excerpt, and it was really well written, and I'm interested to see what the whole novel is like. Okay, I just looked it up and that sounds so good. Oh, how the Garcia girls lost their accents. Yeah, it's supposed to be good. Again, I own it and should probably prioritize it sometime soon. But I'm hoping it's wonderful. Yeah, the second one. It's like the best parts of Knives Out and Gossip Girl combined. It's limited in the fact that it's YA. I wish it was adult fiction because the romantic tension feels juvenile. Okay. But Knives Out and Gossip Girl seems like a great combination. I really love that movie. I could never finish Gossip Girl, but just the drum. I thought that was fantasy. Is that not fantasy? Hang on. Sorry, I'm looking it up again because I know everyone's talked about it. I was just kind of, no, that's a contemporary. I don't know why I thought that was fantasy. Thrive High School with a scholarship. Get out. Interesting. Okay, this does have Knives Out vibes. Ooh. Okay, that's not what I thought that was. Oh, it does have some fantasy. Okay. Yeah, that's not what I thought that was. Whoopsie. But that sounds very good. I'm glad you're enjoying them so much. It helps that it's a YA. I'm reading Ignite Me. Oh, is that by Tahara Mafi? Part of the Shatter Me series, right? Or did I make that up? Oh yeah, that's Shatter Me. Okay, cool. I'm glad you're enjoying that. I'm reading Don Quixote. It is hilarious. Again, another book that I have on my shelf that I need to read. It's actually a book that I'm supposed to be prioritizing, but it's very intimidating. I'm glad you're enjoying it and having a fantastic time. I'll let you know after this next sprint. I haven't opened it yet just yet. Okay, well do let me know because I want to read that shortly. You have to read it. Carrie, I guess. I've read a few of King's books and I've never been like super fond of it, but Carrie is definitely one I'd be interested in. And also it's short, isn't it? Isn't it like his because that was his first one, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, before he was writing 900-page books. I thought it was fantasy too before I read it. One of the tags on Goodreads is fantasy, so it must have like some sort of small fantastical element. But yeah, I've heard a bunch of people talk about it, and I guess I only half paid attention because I'm not that interested in them. But I always thought it was like this big kind of fantasy, like whatever. Okay. Also, for a slightly larger than average cast of characters, they all feel distinct. That's good. I like when there are a lot of characters, but they're all like fully developed. Because I think a lot of books either limit the cast so that they can have better characters, or they have too many characters and they all kind of like run together. I know I read one recently. I can't remember what it was. Can I? I read something recently. Oh, it was a thriller by Isabella Maldonado and Blood's Echo. That's what it was. And there were so many characters, and I just could not remember who anyone was. Like, she'd talk about Mark, and the main character would be talking to Mark, and I was like, is Mark a cop or a firefighter or like one of her family members? Like, I just couldn't remember anyone. Casts like that always make me struggle. Can we do an hour next? Absolutely. Let me change that. Do an hour in the next sprint. With an hour, I might actually finish this book. I know I'm only halfway, but it's a super quick read. I guess all the puzzles and riddles feel a little fantastical. Okay. Yeah, it was one of the lower tags on Goodreads, but yeah, that's a very Knives Out vibe. Not really what I expected it to be. First time I'd ever read the description for that. Okay, so sorry, I'm still tired. Oh, speaking words, having a little nap. My kitty's sleeping over here, and she's so cute. And also, she makes me want to fall asleep. 1 hour. We've got an hour-long sprint. There we go. So let us depart and get some good reading done, and I'll see y'all in another hour. Welcome back from that last sprint. How did you do? I finished my book with about 15 minutes left, so I was kind of just updating my reading tracker and my owned book spreadsheet and trying to figure out what I'm reading next and downloading an audiobook, you know, doing things. Okay, I'm going to move the camera so if you get seasick or motion sickness, my cat is being so cute and I have to share her. Focus. Focus. It's not focusing. Spleen alert. Okay, well, that would have been better if it had chosen to focus, but she's being so cute. She's just all passed out. Hi, baby, you're adorable. Yeah, okay, well, now she's just on her back with all her paws up in the air. She's so silly and adorable. Okay, I finished my book. I think I'm gonna give this 5 stars. I'm torn between 4 and 5. I think I'm gonna do 5. It's so well written and so beautiful and like it captured everything for me. I just really, really enjoyed it. So yeah, finally read this. It's just as good as everyone says. You should believe all the hype. Hello, Angel. I'm sorry. Is my voice disturbing your nap? Go back to sleep. Loved it. So there's that. I think next I updated my little header. I'm going to be reading Minor Detail by Adania Shibli. This is a book by a Palestinian author. I think she published it a few years ago, but it might have just recently been translated. That I have an ebook of that's due at the library tomorrow. I think it's due back tomorrow, and it's got a really long wait list. And it's super short. It's only 150 pages. I just haven't had a chance to prioritize it. And I don't feel like putting it on hold at the library again and having to wait like another 3 months to get it. So I'm going to be reading that in the next couple sprints and hopefully get that finished up today too. And also, this is my new phone case and it's really pretty and makes me happy. I also think in the next sprint I'm going to make food because I'm hungry and I did a lot yesterday. But if you notice me just on my phone in the next sprint, I am reading. It's just a book on my phone. So let me go back to the chat because people were chatting and saying things. Lone left us and Nostafel came. So welcome. I'm not certain if you're still here because you showed up right when we started that last sprint. But welcome. Bookshelf is upright. Now to find a place for it. Nice, nice. Very productive getting things built. Welcome, Jessica. Good morning. Going to grab some tea and breakfast and listen to Ella Enchanted, which I had no idea was a book until I saw it on Libby. It's a wonderful book. I love it so much. Gail Carson Levine was one of my favorite authors when I was younger. Like the way she did fantasy just really like touched me. And Ella Enchanted is so good. But it is, I don't know if you've started it yet. It is so entirely different from the movie. So really try to just like divorce yourself from the movie completely and go in without expectations because it's just like a completely different like thing. It goes a lot of places and I really, really love it. And I love the movie too. They're just like two different stories that are really like incomparable apart from the main, like, very basic premise. Hello, welcome, Book Hermit. Hail, haven't read yet today as I've been uploading my first video, but trying to decide between reading some more of House of, I assume that's House of something, or The Erstwhile by Tyler Kyle. Nice. Um, Congrats on uploading your first video. I went ahead and followed you during the last sprint. We'll be watching that later. But I am always behind my booktube watching. But yes, everyone should go follow the Book Hermit and watch her first video. And let us all support the newbies among us. I don't know what that acronym is, but let me look up the erstwhile because I'm not. That doesn't sound familiar to me. The erstwhile Tyler. Oh, the erstwhile Tyler Kyle. That's the title. It's by Steve Hugh Westenra. Horror. Nice. Horror. A washed up 30-year-old actor and reluctant cryptid investigator. He has a YouTube channel. Interesting. Oh, that sounds good. I hope you're enjoying it. Maybe a little bit too, like, comedy for me, but it sounds very, very good. I hope if you pick that one, it's a good book. Yes, congrats on the first video. We all concur. I'm excited to finally post it. I just love the book community so much. We all do. It's a wonderful place. It's such a happy making place, especially when you find the right corners of it. We'll pop over and check it out on the next sprint. We all should. Yes. Such a cute kitty. Oh, she is. She's just, I wish I could get my camera to focus. It's just, this webcam is not amazing. And she's just so sleepy. And then my other kitty, I'm pretty sure, is underneath my dresser over here. It's actually my friend's dresser, and I put a blanket on it so the cats wouldn't damage it. And she's taken to sleeping under it. It's just like her cozy spot, which makes her happy, I guess. We should all check out the video. Yes, we should. Everyone take time in the next sprint or sometime today to go check out the video. I have 50 minutes and 30 seconds left of Ella Enchanted. Are you enjoying it? Is the question. Because I know some people get kind of taken aback when they realize how different the book is. Because the book is just like an entirely different plot. And I really, really love it. I think it's better. But I think it wouldn't have worked with the kind of movie they were doing. I've made it about a third of my way into the book. Nice. Congrats. I hope you're enjoying it. Kay read a whole chapter. Nice. Nikki, is it any good? I don't really remember the movie. Another 40 pages down and had some lunch. House of Flame and Shadow. Okay. I got I knew it was House of something. I'm not good with all the bookish acronyms, especially since I'm not a huge like fantasy reader. I knew it was House of something though. Book Hermit, your watch count's about to jump a whole lot. I mean, I don't think I really have that much sway here. There's only like a dozen of us in the chat right now. And I don't know how many of them are like real people. Few of us are real. But yes, we should all make an effort to go watch the video. Thank you for the support. I'm so behind on my watch later too. Yeah, I'm perpetually behind. I think the people who are used to me watching them just like expect me to show up a week after the fact. I always get there, you know? I always watch the videos eventually. It just sometimes takes an inordinate amount of time. If nothing else, I recommend my outtakes because they feature my dog. Ooh, puppy. What kind of puppy? We like puppies here. We like puppies. Any doggo I will be watching. Agree. Fully support. I might be two of the viewers here. I have you streaming on my Xbox and commenting on my phone. That's fine. I don't really have many people who show up to these, but that's cool. I am, but I hate the narrator. Okay. I don't know anything about the audiobook for that. I've only read the physical, and I think I actually have a copy. Is that on my middle grade shelf? Or is it on my YA shelf? Hmm. Not that it matters. I don't see it. I have a copy of Ella Enchanted somewhere. It's so good. I should reread it, honestly. It's I don't know. It was one of those books that like I saw the movie first and the book just like hits different because it's just absolutely nothing like the movie. But I love the movie. It's I love all of it. I highly recommend more from Gail Carson Levine. If you like it, she's written a lot of like young adult and middle grade fantasy that's kind of like in a similar vein to that book. It's like really, really interesting. Yes, we love Elliot here. I'll have to reissue the actual book later, I think. I recommend it. I think the book is good. It's like, I mean, I've only read the physical, but I think reading it physically was a really good experience. It's my lab mix that's in my video. My dogs are called Boppy and Daisy. Aw, sweet puppies. I struggle with many narrators, to be honest. When I listened to A Deadly Education, the American accent of the narrator was bad, and some of the characters weren't even American. But she gave them that accent anyway. Oh, I hate that. That's one of my pet peeves. I mostly just listen to nonfiction audiobooks, so that's not really an issue. But I was listening to rereads of Tamora Pierce, specifically her Song of the Lioness Quartet, and the narrator for those books was so awful. She was American, but she kept giving the characters like British accents that were just like the worst fake British accents I've ever heard in my life. And they weren't even like she stuck with a singular accent. Like the accents just like didn't make sense. And like they were all kind of jumbled together and it's a high fantasy novel. So like they didn't need to have British accents. And sometimes they really didn't sound British. And then like she just kind of randomly picked and chose who got which accents. It was awful. I mean, I love the books, but like that was not a good experience. It didn't do the link thingy. The link. Oh, were you trying to link to her video? I don't know if it lets us. I don't know if it'll let you link in the comments. I can maybe link something. Let me see. Let me see if I can link to her video. There's the link. No, I'm a trash human. No, you're not. And if you are, you're in good company. I think we're all vaguely trash humans here. I am anyway. It's more fun. Hi, baby. Are you waking up? Have you had a big? Are you, babe? You're standing on your tail. Spleen. Spleeny. Are you tired? She got up and tried to move, but she was standing on her own tail. Spleeny. Yeah, you're so cute. It was Nicole here last week that recommended that book, and I didn't enjoy it, but I can see why some people would really enjoy it. Okay. Cool, cool. But she would go into info dumping, and at the end, she would just be like, if you and the reader don't understand why this is the way it is, your guess is as good as mine. Yeah, that would turn me off. Um, that's an interesting way to write a book. Is that, let me look that up. That is like wild. Okay. I don't think Goodreads is working. Whatever. Give up on Goodreads. I'll just move to Storygraph anyway. Yeah, that would bug me unless the point was that the narrator was kind of a jerk. I I would not be a fan of that either. It sounds like a very frustrating reading experience. Yep, yep. I self-identify as a vampire, so I don't qualify in this human discussion. Totally support it. 10 out of 10. Humans are overrated anyway. It's how we wrote stories as children. Yes. Yes, it is. And it's not really a positive. Um, Split art. You being so cute. Just the cutest little kitty kitty. Um, all right, we've chatted for quite a little bit there. So how about we jump into the next sprint? We'll do another hour. Yeah, Deadly Education was like the same social commentary as other dark academia, as in class divide, etc. But it's just a bad book. But I set myself a little readathon to force myself not to DNF. Oh, well, I mean, at least it's over. That's the main thing in a book like that. But it does suck that you had to force your way through it. Let's see if Goodreads is working now. Deadly Education. Oh, that's the Naomi Novik book. Oh no, I have her on my shelf. Ew. Mm. I mean, okay. That's concerning. I've heard a lot of mixed things about Naomi Novik. To be honest, I'm mildly concerned about the one I have of hers that I want to read. But yeah, that sounds like a really bad experience. And I'm sorry you were in a situation where you couldn't just DNF it. The narrator was supposed to be snarky and sarcastic, but she treated the love interest terribly and he just went along with it. To me, she was just mean. I got why, but she wasn't a fun character. Okay. Yeah, that does sound really rough. to get through. I can see why it would not be everyone's cup of tea. Do you have it as audio or physical? I have the physical. Spinning Silver. I don't really listen to audios except for nonfiction and occasional rereads, but mostly just nonfiction. Because I struggle a lot with like audio processing. Not that I have a disorder or anything. I very much struggle with like character development and putting everything together. So I can get through nonfiction on audio, but fiction is really, really hard for me. And Elliot had it on Kindle and then switched to audio. Hello, Gremlin. What are you eating? There's nothing in here to eat. You shouldn't be eating. Hey. Are you licking on the carpet? Child. Hey. Child. You act like we don't feed you. Yes. Hi. Would you like a meat stick? Okay. Let us begin the next sprint so that I can make myself lunch and feed the kitties a meat stick. And we're gonna go for another hour because that'll give me enough time to get things done and still read. And I will see y'all when we get back. Welcome back from that last sprint. How did you do? If I'm being perfectly honest, I made myself lunch and then I watched an episode of House. So I did not get anything read then. But it was really nice to do nothing for a minute. Standing up after I've been sitting streaming for a couple hours really hurt. So I need to do stretches later today and figure out if my hip is okay because I fell on it last night and I feel old. I get very concerned about my hip now. Um, okay. Next sprint, I will be reading Minor Detail, I swear. I will get productive things done in these sprints. And I do really want to finish that book today. It's only 150 pages, so 2 sprints max. Let's see who else is here, still here with us. Watch Book Hermit's video and listen to some more Ella Enchanted while playing Pokemon because 9 a.m. is not too early for such things. It's never too early for fun things. And I really need to watch her video. I probably should have done that instead of watching House, but I was not feeling productive. I was feeling like I wanted to sit here and enjoy my food and not think. So I did not think. And it was good food, although I could have added some more spice to it. It was not super spicy. Just over 20 minutes left, so I will have to pick up another book. May need your help. Always. Full of recommendations. We'll pick anything. I used to be able to just go out and do things and be fine. And now I'm my entire back is just a single knot just together. I might take another bath tonight just to try to loosen it up. I am old. I'm approaching my elderly years. I had food and only been reading for 25 minutes, so I want to sink my teeth into this next sprint. Yes, we will do a nice lengthy one. Another hour, get some stuff done. I will read and I will actually read. I swear I'll read this sprint. But we'll get a lot done because I feel like that sprint was maybe not the most productive for all of us. I am tired, but I would like to make it a few more hours here at least. Because I started late too. It's been 4 hours, but somehow it feels less and more. Yes, we will all help pick your book, Jessica. We got the bookshelf in place, now getting the plants watered so we can move the couch back. Nice, productive, getting real things done. Bravo, bravo. Mostly just sprint hopped. Didn't sleep well last night, and the excitement of the day has made me a bit brain dead now. I understand that. It can be hard to do things when you're just tired. But hopefully you can get some reading done today or something productive, anything productive. It can be fun. Okay, so Jessica has 2 options for us. How to Be Haunted, a light romantasy about a girl who can talk to ghosts, or A Witch's Journey, a trashy romance about a witch who inherits a family home and turns it into a wildlife sanctuary and rehab center. So the options are How to Be Haunted, or A Witch's Journey. What does chat think? Personally, I vote for A Witch's Journey just because that sounds wonderful. Bravo. That's my vote. We'll see who else votes. Oh, good. It's blurry again. Let's just disregard that. How's it been 4 hours already? To be frank, we chatted for so long at the start. We did. I usually start like 5 minutes after. Um, nope. 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 Not there we go. Usually I just start like 5 minutes after I open the sprints because there's usually no one here. Started Garcia Girls and can confirm this will be a tough read. I'm not feeling the writing style, but gotta power through for class. I'm sorry about that, Key. Hopefully it gets better or you get more used to the writing style. Because sometimes it just takes a little time. But I've heard really good things about the book. Elliot wants to know how it goes. I'm fighting for my life, but it might get better. I'm sorry about that. That sounds like a very rough time, but hopefully it does get better and hopefully you do wind up enjoying at least some small aspect of it because it's really hard, but at least it's short, you know? At least it's not a very long one. I vote for A Witch's Journey because I like books about witches and I'm reading a series about inheritance. Also, trash or not, it sounds great. It does. So that's 2 votes for A Witch's Journey. If anyone else is going to vote, please leave your comments in the chat. But it's looking like that one will probably be the one that's picked. Claire and the Sun was difficult to get into the writing style, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. That's good. I need to pick up some more Ishiguro because I definitely don't read enough of that. I have Remains of the Day on my shelf, and that's one that I really, really want to get into because I heard great things about that one in particular, about it just being like really slow and wonderful. So I'm hoping I will love it, but not today. Today we focus on minor detail. It's a sweet story in the end, but definitely a good commentary on our reliance on technology. Okay. Yeah, he has a lot of like good social commentary in his books, all about life and whatever else. I'm fading. We're gonna need to go sprint soon. A Witch's Journey it is. It's due back at the library earlier anyway. Good. Fantastic. I hope it's wonderful and I hope it is the best kind of trash. So I'm gonna get the next sprint set up. An hour. Let's do another hour. Get some good reading in. It's really marked. Get some good reading in and be productive. Oh, sorry. Okay. So read for an hour, and I will see y'all when we get back. Welcome back from that last sprint. How did you do? I did actually get reading done that time. Um, I am reading Minor Detail and I made it to page 63 out of 152. So making good progress there. Um, the beginning was kind of a struggle for me, like getting into it, which I think is why I hadn't really read it much before, because I've had it out from the library for 2 weeks. But now it's finally like I'm getting into it. Like I'm getting a little bit more into the narration. I still don't think it's going to be a favorite, but I do understand the appeal of it now and like why this book is so beloved. Um, Still struggling, kind of. It's probably going to be a 3-star for me unless I really enjoy the second half, but it's good. It has. I was real worried at the beginning that it was going to be a miserable read, but it's not. It's good. Hello, Spleen. Have you come to join us? Have you finally woken up? I have 2 kitties in here. Hello, ma'am. Um. All right. Let's see. Back to the chat. Kay was asking about A Witch's Journey. Jessica said Tina Stetler has bugger-all ratings and reviews on Goodreads, but it fits my monthly theme and has a crustacean on the cover. Cropont for Pokemon. Nice. Doubly productive. Um. Oh, and then Ellen Shar lived happily ever after the end. We'll have to sit on it for a while. Rating is really hard. The story itself was lovely, but the audio was really bad. Yeah, it's hard because it's like how much do you rate like the story itself, but like how much is the audio impacting that? I'm glad you did enjoy it though, and I would really recommend reading more from Gail Carson Levine because she's so good. I love her, and I'm glad you did enjoy the story at least. Kay took a nap. Bravo, love to see it. I'm very jealous. I would like to take a nap. um, I'm past the halfway mark and read 200 pages today. Doubt I'll finish it before bed, but definitely will tomorrow. Nice. You're making fantastic progress there. Like, genuinely, really great progress. 200 pages is a lot in one day. I got 32 pages read. It's one mind blowing moment after another. And at the moment, I love it. Yay! That's so good. Did you mention what you were reading? I can't remember, but I might have just forgotten because I'm super spacey today. And Kay also worked on their journal. Productive, good times, naps, and journaling is really all you really want. At some point today, I do need to like clean the kitchen before I make dinner because I didn't clean from my dinner last night or my lunch today. So I have a few dishes piled up in the sink that I need to like scrub real good. Do productive things, but not right now. Right now we continue reading because I would really like to finish Minor Detail. I have basically 90 pages left, so I don't know that I'll be able to get it done in the next sprint. We'll see. Because it's not like 90 true pages, it's 90 ebook pages. Um, so they're like an ebook on my phone. So they're shorter than like regular pages would be. I don't know if I said actually, I decided to read some of House of Flame and Shadow. Oh, that's right. You did mention that was at least one of the options. I'm glad you're loving it so much. Naps and journaling are good for the soul. True. They truly, truly are. Don't forget to share your pictures. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, let me grab them real quick because they're like the most amazing things. One moment. Okay, when I say picture, I mean like giant picture. Because I'm weird cat girl. Um, my friend got me this as a gift, and it is my cats. Like it is a painting, a giant painting of my cats. Um, it's the most amazing thing. Like I haven't hung it up yet because I need to figure out like how heavy it is and what it's gonna take to hang up. But like it's literally my two cats. And it makes me so happy. It's the most amazing thing that anyone has ever got me. And I know it's like completely stupid, but I love it. Um, and then she got me another one that's just like a normal like picture of them with like their names. But this one, and it like it's so perfect the way it captured their faces and their personalities. And it's amazing. But I need to figure out how to how to get it hung up somewhere in here because it's truly, truly glorious. And for now, I'm keeping the plastic on it because I don't trust either of my cats not to destroy it. And by either of them, I mean you, darling. Mostly just you, because I know you're a criminal. But yes, that is the picture. I love it. It makes me very, very happy. And apologies while I like put it back away. But I don't want anything bad to happen to it before I get it like nicely hung. And then, oh, please focus. Please, please focus. I was going to show the other one, but if it's not going to focus, there's no point. Come on, camera. Come on. There we go. Okay, random banging. I think that's outside. The other one, this is the normal one, and I'm not taking the plastic off of it, but it is Spleen and Mima. Two cute little kitties. This one is a little more stylized, but super cute. My best friend got them both commissioned as a gift for me. She said they were supposed to be birthday gifts, but my birthday is not until September, so they're a little bit early. I don't know who's banging on what outside. But yes, that's what I wanted to share you because I am a weirdo who has weird paintings of her cats now. Um, a Witch's Journey will also be ebook pages. Yeah, some ebook pages translate pretty well and some don't. I can already tell just looking at the ones for minor detail, they're gonna be kind of off. But it's still a very short book. Um, okay. Wait, Laura, how much Sarah J. Maas have you read and which would you recommend? I have ACOTAR on Kindle, but all of her books get such mixed reviews, but mostly positive reviews. Um, and then people enjoyed the paintings. I've read all of Sarah J. Maas. My favorite is Crescent City, then Throne of Glass, then ACOTAR. They're all so good, though. I'm planning a video doing some sort of beginner's guide at some point. I love the art. Thank you. Yes, definitely agree. Do that video because doing beginner's guides to stuff would be very interesting. Um, I'm sorry if you can hear the banging that's going on. I don't know who's doing it or what it is, but this is the joys of living in an apartment complex. But I do love videos like that because when you have authors that have so much stuff like Sarah J. Maas, like Brandon Sanderson, it's really hard to know like where you should go to like get into it. Um, but those videos are very helpful. So, how are we feeling about another sprint? Do we want to stick with the hour-long sprints? Stay with an hour, go down to 45, make it longer. I can do whatever. I know Elliot wanted the hour, and I'm down with keeping it at that. If anyone has thoughts. Bye bye. I'm gonna assume. Yeah, I don't mind 45 minutes, but I don't want to decide. Okay. Well, if no one has any thoughts, an hour is good too. I mean, if no one has any thoughts, I might just leave it at an hour so I don't have to like change it, which takes 2 seconds, but is one less thing I gotta do. But I'm gonna get it set up and start us going so then I can investigate the banging just a little bit and make sure that no one's doing anything sketch outside. 60's good. Okay, hour it is. So I'm gonna go investigate the banging real quick, and I will see y'all in an hour when the sprint's done. Welcome back from that last sprint. How did you do? I made it to page 120, which means I only have about 30 pages left. So that's good. I'm still unfortunately not loving this book. I just don't really get along with her writing style or her narrative style. Like, it's not bad, and she has very interesting commentary and interesting characters. It's just not working for me. But it's really short. It's only 150 pages, so it's not like I'm losing much by finishing it. But yes, working on that. Um, so I'll probably finish that in the next sprint, and then I can find something new to read because I'm really not feeling Wuthering Heights. This week I will read Wuthering Heights and finish it up. Let me go back. Elliot said this will be his last sprint, which is super unfortunate. I've been getting slightly distracted the last few sprints with cleaning, but hopefully I can focus this one. Hopefully you did. Hello, Farsi. Hello, Alex. I sent you, Jessica, and Nicole an email about Dorian Gray. Happy to see you. How's it going? Good. Tired. Looking forward to Dorian Gray next month, I guess. I'll check the email later. Hello, Nicole. Final push to finish Villette. Bravo. Might take the rest of the day. Just round of applause. You can do it. You can do it. Just saw your email. Haven't had a sec to read it yet. Funny seeing you here. Good luck with Villette. I'm going to finish the 3-body problem today and can't wait. I'm loving this book. Wonderful. That's so good that people are enjoying things. I missed your sprints Friday, but I was playing sitter for my niece all day, and boy, did she command attention. I will check my email soon. Have a plumber about to show up. Boo adulting things. Also, have not read in the sprint, just snacked a lot. Been so hungry today. That's good though. Snacks are good. We support snacking here. Snack all day. The gang's all here. Yes, we are. No worries at all about the sprint. You'll be busy sometimes, and that's what I expect. Happy to see you here. Don't like to hear you had to hire a plumber, though, because that's never a good sign. And it's all good. We're renovating the bathroom and need some copper pipes moved. It's a good thing. Expensive, but good. Very fancy. Nice new piping. The only annoyance is I had to get out of my PJs and get into something more presentable. That is half the reason I hate putting in maintenance requests where I live. I don't want to deal with having to wear normal people clothes and being prepared for strangers to come into my apartment. I'm just not into that vibe. If I'm home and having like a day where I don't have to work, I want to do this. Like, I just want to sit in my pajamas with a blanket and not deal with people. That's an awesome reason. I've just been watching YouTube as I'm too tired to read now. Well, that's good. It's good to have some time off. Don't stress yourself too much. Posting your first video today was a lot, so bravo for that. And you deserve a rest. Made it to page 259, 100 pages left. Wonderful. You are making such good progress. Oh. Oh. Sorry. I'm still so tired. I'm trying very hard to fully wake up for the day, and despite the fact that it's almost 6 p.m., still have not. I know you also did sprints. What days do you do? What times? Time zone? And Alex does sprints Fridays at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, which I assume is too late for you. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's 10 p.m. for Elliot. Too late. um, but it's a Friday, so maybe for a little bit. Yeah, if you don't mind staying up late. Um, I like Alex's sprints, but unfortunately, I'm always like an hour late because I have work and I get off work right when she starts, and then I have a very lengthy commute. So I'm always like showing up an hour late to the party. I enjoyed hanging out with you guys. Thanks for having me. Always nice to see you, and I will definitely be checking out your video a little bit later. Congrats on finally posting your first one. Um, if I'm trying not to choke myself in this sweatshirt. I have to start supper soon, but yes, I'm having a hard time with that too. The whole waking up today thing. Yeah. Today's one of those days where I could really just fall asleep in this chair. And if I wasn't hosting sprints, I probably would have. I read A Deadly Education. Did not enjoy, unfortunately, but I can totally get why other people would. Yes, we discussed that earlier, particularly about the audiobooks. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I hate that. I have to work. Yeah, I hate that I have to work on Fridays. Otherwise, I would start earlier. It's not the most convenience, no obligations, but if you want to hang out, you're welcome to, Elliot. Would love to have you. Yes, let's expand our circles on here. I am well, tired but well. Made a new bookshelf and now have to sort books. How are you, Alex? Good to know about A Deadly Education. No regrets. What didn't you like? Doing fine, and today was productive. Yes, I'm very cozy and cold. So I have multiple sweatshirts and blankets. And to be honest, the only reason I don't put my hood up is because I would probably fall asleep. I do keep falling asleep. You are doing better than me. Only barely. I am just trying so hard to stay awake and keep functioning and keep reading the books. And it was a little bit easier when I was reading The Poet X because I really enjoyed The Poet X and I thought that was wonderful. And it's less easy reading Minor Detail, which I don't enjoy quite as much. Just a lot of info dumping. The protagonist I didn't like. I get I get why she's so mad, but she treats Orion so badly. Yes, we discussed a bit of Deadly Education earlier, which makes me slightly concerned for Spinning Silver, which I own. Because I've heard very mixed things about Naomi Novik recently, but hopefully I enjoyed that one. I suppose in the next sprint, I will be finishing my book, so I should probably find a backup to read so that I can go ahead and start that. Um, it's the 4th, so I don't need to start my book club book yet, which means something over here so I don't have to get up. I liked her writing style when it wasn't exposition, so I don't think Naomi Novik is off my future TBR entirely. Well, that's good. It's good that you didn't find her too negative. Like I said, I like B. Schwab, but I didn't like Gallant. It's hard to judge an author on one book alone. Yeah, that's true. Because authors have such variety in their style. Like the way people describe the Shades of Magic trilogy is very different than how I would describe like Vicious, which is the only book of hers that I read. And there's so many authors where I didn't like one book, but like I found a bunch of other books very worthwhile. So if they sound good, I always support reading authors' multiple books before you decide to give up on them. I'm trying to decide what I wish to read. If I can reach it. No, it's fine. That was bad. This is what happens when I try to do things without getting up. There we go. Okay, I got the book I wanted. Have you read The Poppy War, Alex? What about you, Elliot? I have not, assuming that was directed at me, Alex, and not other Alex. Um, I have it, but I have yet to read it. That might be a project for later on. Shades of Magic that has Kel, who is a tortured adopted magical prince, and Lyra, who is a criminal pirate. It's hard not to like them. That's good. That's good. Yikes. Yeah, my bad. This is what happens when I'm trying to be lazy. I just make more work for myself. But I have decided the next book I'm going to read is A Private War by Marie Brenner, which is a nonfiction book that I think is mainly about Marie Colvin. And she was a journalist, but it's also about other people. I mainly picked it up for Marie Colvin, though, because I was very interested in learning more about Marie Colvin. And apparently, this is a movie, which I didn't quite realize. But yes, this will be my next book after I finish Minor Detail, just to make better progress. Um, it's not that long. Bit over 300 pages. My father is a big Marie Colvin fan. I remember when I was applying to colleges, he kept like insisting that I list Marie Colvin as like the person I admired, because that was a question on all the applications. Was like, who do you admire? He was like, you should say Marie Colvin. That's a good answer. So I did. And 17-year-old me really just wanted to say Mike Ness because I was a big Social Distortion fan. But I walked around talking about what a fan I was of Marie Colvin. And I'm pretty sure every person in admissions who read that answer knew I was lying. Yes, me, Alex. I have the Poppy War. I want to read it. It's you know, a lot to get into. And I've heard very mixed things, and I want to like it, and now I'm worried that I won't. And I bought all 3 books. Like, I'm gonna get to it eventually. It just might take a minute. I have Babel to read by R.F. Kuang, though, and I've heard all of her books are absolute bangers. Here's hoping, because I would love to just join in on the hype train and enjoy them all. I missed it. Chatty family in background. Did you finish Wuthering Heights? No. I don't think I really made much progress since the Friday sprints on Alex's channel. I keep lying to myself and saying I'll read it. I have it over here. I am that far in, so like halfway-ish. I should be reading it, but I don't really want to, so I'm not. And I was very busy yesterday and active, and now I am tired and my body hurts. So I'm using that as an excuse to read other things, which I am enjoying significantly more. So I'll get it done eventually. I just was kind of unimpressed. Remember your 10-page letter later that night? My character got a letter. No. Why do they write so much letters? I have never read a letter that had so many dialogue quotations as that. Like, people aren't quoting each other's dialogue in letters. Like, I don't think that was a thing in the 19th century either. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like that would be a common convention. So, not a very realistic letter. I was having a rough time with that. But I got to the end of the letter and they're all unhappy, which I assume is just kind of how they're going to be for the rest of the book, which is fine. I like the story. It's everything else is kind of not a fan. Is that like the 19th century version of texting your best friend and gossiping about what someone said? Basically, she just got she moved into a place with her new husband and then realized her new husband's a monster, which everyone had told her. And she was like, I don't believe you. You're lying to me. And then she realized they were not because Heathcliff is a monster and Catherine is a monster and Hareton? Hareton. That's the son. Who's the middle generation one? Henley. Henley's a monster. And I'm sure Hareton will be a monster once he stops being a 5-year-old. And I'm sure everyone else will become monsters. That would be fine if we weren't telling this story third hand 25 years in the future. Okay, I'm going to set up the next sprint because I do really want to finish Minor Detail. I want to get that done so that I can return it to the library because I am almost done with it. And I'm thinking let's go back down to 45 minutes because I am tired and 60 was getting a little bit much for me. True. They're all monsters. They are all monsters. They're all terrible people. Love to see it, but like kind of a rough vibe, to be honest. So, oh. Mm. I need to go to bed before I get distracted. I'll be back next Sunday. Hopefully, I'll have finished the trilogy by then. Nice. Good luck with that. Good night. Sleep well, and I hope work tomorrow doesn't suck. But thank you for showing up. I always appreciate it. And I'm going to get this print started, and I'll see y'all in 45 minutes. Welcome back from that sprint. How did you do? I finished Minor Detail, which I give 3 stars because it just wasn't it wasn't really my thing. I really wanted something more from it. Um, can I fix the angle here? Is that better? My glasses are really just no. Okay. We're just gonna be reflecting a bunch. Sorry about that. Minor Detail just wasn't really my thing. I couldn't really get into her writing style. I just struggled with the way she was telling the story and kind of the purpose of a lot of things she included. I know a lot of people love it. It just didn't go well for me, which is fine. It just, not my thing. Life goes on. And I was going to start a private war, but then I realized this is a collection of articles, and I am still reading my short story collection that I haven't touched since the middle of December. And I really need to read that first, but I want to read this. I'm going to read the short story collection because I am an adult who can finish the things that I pick up. So I'm going to work on that. And I was also looking at Claudia Rankine's book because I want to read this too. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to, though. I'll put this back on the shelf. I think for the rest of the sprint, I will do the adult thing and focus on. Wait. That fixes it, kind of. That helps at least with the glare. I'm going to focus on um, Wuthering Heights and the short story collection that I have, which is these two, even though neither of them are really appealing to me at this very moment. Gonna work on things. Oh, over to the chat. I wish I could fix the lighting in here to make it bright enough, but it is just super dim without the natural lighting. It's almost 11 p.m. for me, so I'm off to read in my dreams. Good night. That was a while ago, so I assume the book hermit is long gone. And Jessica has returned. The plumber is doing plumber things, so I can read in the next sprint. Good job. Productive reading times. And I'm watching Bones, just not feeling the reading or productivity thing. It's cold and misty here. Hibernation sounds like fun. Yes, I understand that. If I'm being honest, I cheated in one of these sprints earlier and just ate lunch and watched an episode of House and didn't read anything. And I'm the host, so I'm definitely supposed to be reading. But yeah, it's one of those days. I think I've got maybe 2 more sprints left in me. We'll see how I feel. I'll go as long as I can, but yeah, I'm just kind of tired. I feel tired. Ice skating is a brutal sport. I don't know how they do it. My whole body hurts. I can't imagine those girls who fall when they're doing massive jumps. I'm like, I felt kind of half stumbling over and my whole body is bruised and in pain. But it was fun. Um, I support your adulting. I don't want to be adulting. I want to read the interesting Marie Brenner book, but I have to read the things that I've already started. Because if I read another collection, then that'll just make me put off the Zen Show collection even more. And um, I'm trying to finish Villette today, but I've switched to audiobook. Nice. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully you can get through that and just finish that up. That'd be nice to get through that and be done. Kind of that's how I'm feeling on Wuthering Heights at the moment. Just like, I just want to be done. I want to finish this. I'm not having a great time. It's not like the worst thing I've ever read. I'm just so disinterested in it, which is kind of an unfortunate struggle. But how are we feeling about another 45-minute sprint? I think we've lost a fair few people. Um, Chat's kind of shrunk a little bit. We were good and chatty for a minute there. I'm gonna go to Spirits Abroad, so I assume I should update my little tag. This is a finished minor detail. Sinjo. I will say I'm not disliking this book at all. This book is I'm not very far in. It's one of those short story collections that, like, sure, it's good. I just have no desire to pick it up. Which, like, I think is more of my mood when it comes to short story collections. Because sometimes I'm really good and I pick them up regularly and I get through short story collections like one a month. And then sometimes it takes me 6 months to get through one just because I can never bring myself to pick it up. But I should prioritize this. I will for the next sprint. I will read at least one story in this in the next sprint, maybe two. So let's go Bronte attack. Is this implying that we are doing the attacking, or we are the victims upon whom the Brontes are attacking? Because I do feel somewhat attacked by Wuthering Heights. Oh, Lord. I am exhausted. I'll let you know when we get back. Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna set up that 45 minutes. And I will see y'all when we get back. And hopefully we'll all have some good reading done and we will have enjoyed something. Welcome back from that last sprint. How did you do? I made it to page 158 of Wuthering Heights. Progress is being made. And I also read 2 short stories in Spirits Abroad. So, progress. I am reading the things I am supposed to be reading. I really disliked one of the stories in Spirits Abroad, and the other one was pretty good. But the first one was rough, and then this is just rough. I am halfway, so getting close. I'm getting so close. I can finish it this week. I can do it. It's 300 and I'm not quite halfway. That's a little bit longer than I thought. 326. I got 4 pages to make halfway. Progress. Yay. I don't think I'm a fan of Emily Bronte. It's also like 7 p.m. here, so I think I've just got one more sprint in me, and it might be a short one. Dinner time. I might miss the break, but the audiobook of Villette on 2 times speed is going oddly well. Nice. That's good. That's good. Making really good progress there. I'll be back if you end up doing another sprint. If not, have a great week. Read up to chapter 5 of A Witch's Journey. So far, very one-dimensional, bad editing, and the definition of insta-love. Forgot how quick these types of books move. I'm sorry about that. That does sound a little bit rough. I feel like we might have chosen poorly for you, but hopefully it's a really quick read, if nothing else. What more spread? And I think I'm gonna knock it down to 30 minutes so that I could still have time to make dinner, wash my hair, and maybe edit a video for tomorrow because I still need to edit tomorrow's video. And technically, I have a video that could go up, but I really want to get my worst books of last year video up since it is, February. I should really have my 2023 content done by now, but it's not. So we'll do it. It's exactly what I thought it would be. I was prepared. That's good. As long as you know what you're getting into, like those books still have like fun aspects, even if they're not well written. Hopefully, it's still like a good ride. Um, I do not know what food I have in the house. I've been eating ramen for dinner like every night, but I've run out of a lot of my ramen ingredients. I have very little tofu left, and no mushrooms, and no bok choy. So I'm thinking probably not ramen tonight, which means I need to find real food elsewhere, which is disappointing. So I'm going to get the final sprint set up so that I can read Wuthering Heights for another 30 minutes and then be done for the night at least. I'm very tired. But it has been productive sprinting today. I did finish 2 books, which can you really expect more than that? So I will see y'all in 30 minutes when we get back from this final sprint.
Mm.
Welcome back from that last sprint. I read for like 10 minutes and then I gave up. I couldn't do it anymore. I tried. I hit my limit with Wuthering Heights. I'm more than halfway. I made some good progress today. I am 167 pages in, so we're getting closer to the end, but I am not having a good time. Wuthering Heights is not a classic for me. I will find other classics that are for me. I really just want to read A Private War, and I don't want to pick it up until I finish Spirits Abroad. I feel like I'm suffering right now, and I do it to myself, but I think this is it for me. It's almost 8 p.m. I've been live streaming for almost 9 hours, and I'm tired, and I need to wash my hair and make dinner and clean the kitchen. Go do adult things because I have to work all week. It's sad that my weekend's already almost over. But I did make progress on this. I did make progress on Spirits Abroad. I finished Minor Detail. I finished The Poet X. Productivity is close enough. So thank you to everyone who showed up. I appreciate it. We had fun. We had productive times. I think a lot of people got stuff read. It's a good time. We had supper. Productive. That's what I'm about to go do. Make myself some good food. I don't know what because I don't know what I have, but it's gonna be good. I'm trying to wait to see if anyone else pops in to say goodbye, but I kind of just want to go. I'm gonna go to bed early tonight, but it's already 8 p.m., so I really only got like 2 hours. um, hmm. No one else? No? Okay. Well, thank you to everyone who showed up. I appreciate you. It's a fun time, as always. If you're new here, I live stream kind of all day Sunday, every Sunday, usually starting in the morning Eastern time, and then I post regular videos during the week. So make sure to subscribe if you're interested in seeing more from me. Liking the video, always appreciated. But generally, I just appreciate anyone who shows up. So thank you to everyone. I hope you have good night, good day, good morning, whatever time it happens to be for you. I hope you have a good one. Thanks for the sprints. Yes, thank you for showing up. I always appreciate you. So, goodbye to everyone. Thank you for watching, and I'll see y'all again next week, next Sunday, with more sprints. Goodbye.